Susan Farnham. Good luck. Boat number 180, Isaac Goggins and Steve Sherbet. Boat number 181, Corey Cole and Hayden Cole. Boat number 182, Michael Presnell and Luke Farmer. Boat number 183, Ian Hunsaker and Trey Lee. Boat number 184, Parker Odom and Colton Odom. Boat number 185, your reigning anglers of the year, and the winners at Logan Martin, Zeke Gossett and Ethan King. Boat number 186, Brandon McGinnis and Sawyer Sims. 187, Walter Lawrence and James White. Boat number 188, Brady McClamery and Carter Maples. Boat number 189, James Pitts and Jonathan Monkus. Boat number 190, Joey Nania and Zeke Nania. Boat number 191, or no shows today. We're skipping on to 192, Chris Moore and Wes Stevenson. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat number 193, Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. Boat number 194, Brady Bowden and Joseph Lacey. Boat number 195, Justin Brasher and Ben Hawk. 196, Michael Howard and Mark LaPlante. Boat number 197, Corey Ingram and Miller Spivey. Boat number 198, Brent Cottle and Nick Robinson. Currently fourth in the Angler of the Year points, two-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Noah Godwin and Cole Godwin. Last boat in this flight, boat number 200, Rodney Hopkins and Hunter Kelly. Boat number 201, Hunter Hutcherson and Justin Cotter. Okay. Boat number 202, Riley McCullough and Sawyer McCullough. Boat number 203, Lee Lavelle and Chad Reed. Boat number 204, Jonathan Norris and Peyton Norris. Boat number 205, Tim Peake and Byron Smith. Boat number 206, Kevin Rieger and Logan Hardy. Boat number 207, Kenny Smith and R.J. Thompson. Boat number 208, Jacob Robinson and Austin Robinson. Boat number 209, Ryan Schroeder and Kyle Schroeder. Boat number 210, if he's got a lower unit, Eric Summers with an O and Jim McWilliams. Currently fifth in the Angler of the Year points, boat number 211, James Willoughby and James Willoughby. Boat number 212, Billy Tidwell and Ben Williamson. Boat number 213, John Wade and Andrew Wade. Boat number 214, Matthew Bennett and Gary Wade. See you guys. Boat number 215, Scotty Holly and Brian Pike. Boat number 216, Grant Boatwright and Garrett Nettles. Boat number 217, Matthew Higgins and Keith Mann. Currently third in the Angler of the Year points, boat number 218, Dash Dawson. Boat number 219, David Crawford and Rob Sandlin. Boat number 220, Gabe Lewis and Cal Burton. Boat number 221, Tim McCormick and Drew McCormick. Boat number 222, Shane Horton and Brandon Horton. Boat number 223, Daniel Vasquez and Jordan Pennington. Of course, it's dry. Okay. Boat number 224, Rusty Tressinger and Dean Borath. And the last boat in this flight, the one we've all been waiting on to wrap up the last takeoff of 2026. Boat number 225, Jack Tibbs and Danny Crest. I can see it. Former winners right there, Brian Adams and Ryan Lloyd going out trying to get a second win on the Alabama Bass Trail. Mr. Dash Dawson, third in the Alabama Bass Trail Angler of the Year points, going to be chased by Mr. Luke Duncan today. When you're in that top three, you get chased. You put yourself out there and you get chased. Mr. Dash Dawson going out in the Larry Puckett Chevrolet boat today. And there he goes. Takeoff number 5 for the South Division. Beautiful sunrise here on the Alabama River in Prattville, Alabama. Man, there you go. 225 boats. They signed up in 6 minutes on August the 15th last year, all for a chance to get to be here to punch their ticket to go to the championship at Lake Eufaula in October. It's been a great year out here on the Alabama Bass Trail. We're going to weigh these guys in at 2:30 today, but before that, we got 5 hours of live coverage coming to you right here on AlabamaBassTrail.org, on Facebook, on YouTube, so check us out. Make sure that you're liking, sharing, commenting, all the things. I'll be back in the live studio here in just a little bit, and we're going to talk all things fishing on the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. Mr. Jason Wren, Darren Craig, and Luke Duncan out there for you. I think we're going to go to maybe the bait prediction. While these guys are running, trying to set up on a team, I think we're going to go to a bait prediction, roll it in the studio, and we'll be back in the live studio shortly.
Stop 5 ABT South here on the Alabama River at Cooters Pond. I heard some dock talk there biting, but I wanted to we had never done it this way. What's the weather report this morning? Because this
weather report is you can cut through the air with a knife right now at about 4:45 a.m. as we're filming this, and at 10 a.m. it says the real field temperature is going to be about 102 degrees. So
at 10,
home, you know, I'm jealous of you in the air conditioner. At 10 a.m. gonna be a thick one out there.
I did hear they're biting a chatterbait. I'm going with the freeloader rigged on the back, winding it. It hunts by itself. You know, bam, bam, bam. That's what I'm going with.
That's what you're
chatterbait
going with.
For the win.
Well, I'm going to stick with the best theme in bass fishing right now, which is crazy creature baits, sea urchins. They're taking over, but NetBait has got the new Hextech virus. I'm thinking something like this is probably going to win today, because guess what? It wins no matter where you're at right now. Something that looks like this, the Hextech virus. That's my pick.
Like it.
So this is the last one in the South. AOI is at stake right now. As we're filming, they're all out there so nervous. As you're watching, they're really catching them, hopefully. You know, and the river bite's been good. The water is down today. It's been up all week, been running the current all week. And since it's the last one and since it's so hot, you know, we pick baits every week. I don't think we ever know what we're really doing. We're wrong every week, probably, you know. But we really do catch them, you know. So I just feel like I kind of got a twitch today. You know, give you some of that. You know, I got the 4-inch NetBait twitch because the river bite, I think, is going to play out today. And that's where it's going to happen. So hopefully they're still catching them while you're watching us.
Alabama Bass Trail live coverage is presented by Phoenix Boats and sponsored in part by Garmin, Rapala, Crush City, VMC, by Mountain Dew, and by Thompson Tractor Company. We'll be right back with more live coverage after these messages.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Hey guys, pro angler Dustin Connell here, and I get all my vehicles here at Larry Puckett. I travel all over, and I've got the 2500 diesel. I love it, tows my boat great, but if you're looking for any vehicle, an SUV, gas burner, or the diesel to tow something with, they've got it here at Larry Puckett. Not corporate owned, locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. Here at Larry Puckett Chevrolet, they let the customers do the talking.
She grew up fast. Will she remember these times and continue the tradition? You better believe it. Tell a new fish story with Garmin.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
This is Jack's Country, where Conecuh just hit the menu.
Jack's got Conecuh?
Yep, for a limited time, get 2 Conecuh sausage dogs for that hickory smoked taste you love. Served with fries and pie. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome to the 5th stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division here on the Alabama River Cooters Pond, and we've caught up with 3rd place angler in the Angler of the Year race, Dash Dawson, who calls this area home. He did not make a very long run. He's fishing offshore this morning, but just about 30 points back from the Angler of the Year lead. And before we went live with Dash, he said, man, we got to make every bite count today because it is not easy out here on the Alabama River. Water temperature in the 80s, and Miss Kay said there in the intro, the heat index today going to be, by 10 o'clock, going to be in the low 100s. So definitely going to be a steamy one on the Alabama River for all 225 teams that signed up for this division last August. And now we are wrapping up this 2026 season. Top 75 in our point standings will go to an entry fee free championship on Lake Eufaula this fall in October. $50,000 on the line in that event. And then this event today, $15,000 going to go to first place. And if that angler happens to be one of those beautiful Phoenix bass boats, an extra $8,000 coming their way, plus potential Garmin contingencies, several other opportunities to win extra money. So big payday on the line for all 225 teams today. Welcome in, Darian Craig.
I'm here. I caught up
finale
with Chris and Kobe. Chris Rutland, Kobe Carden, and brother, when we stopped, I mean, they're fishing. I'll tell everyone exactly what they're fishing. I'll give up their spot. Just find a tree on the river. I mean, we ran, I don't know, 20-something minutes. There's 150,000 trees that look the exact same as the one they stopped on. And they were catching them every, like, I don't know how many they caught. I know they caught at least 2 or 3, but they both looked like they could have been 3-pounders. They were fishing. I've never seen more cast at a tree in my life. Perfect cast, perfect skips. They got done fishing this one tree and hauled to the next one really quickly. I know for a fact they've made more casts than anybody possibly could have made this morning so far. And I think they've got 2 3-pounders. I haven't asked them. They're fishing ultra fast. And then when they get to exactly what they're looking for, they slow way on down.
Those boys are notorious for covering a lot of water and getting the most out of it when they get to where they're going. We're with Dash Dawson, and Dash is, right behind them in that Angler of the Year race. He says he's feeling good this morning. He said he's worked a little offshore deal not far from takeoff. Dash, what's the game plan today?
Well, there's a little hole here. I caught a stud here, and it was like ridiculously loaded, and it's still loaded. I was gonna start here, see if I can't get a big one early. Since I had such a late boat number, I mean, my best stuff is, between here and Montgomery, and, all them shoals and everything, you can usually catch a limit, a pretty good limit fast on that stuff. But I didn't think I was going to be able to, get a shot at it, or get first shot at it.
Okay.
So, the thing about this, though, is if I fire these fish off, I can have 18 pounds in
Wow.
15 minutes, but it's just a matter of firing them off.
I don't know if you guys can hear Dash. Obviously knows this area well, grew up here. He said this spot he's on is absolutely loaded, an offshore place, and he's trying to catch a big one early. He says if he could get these fish to fire, he thinks he could catch 18 pounds pretty quick. But he drew boat 218. He says he's got a lot of shoals and things between him and here in Montgomery. He loves to fish, but he just figures they'll be covered up with boats, so he decided to start on this hole. Said he caught some fish on this late yesterday and decided to start here. So maybe we'll see some fireworks. The thing about this young man, though, he's poised beyond his years. Very young angler, but man, he's like talking to a salty veteran. Got to cover him at Logan Martin at our last event and had a great time watching him break down what he was doing. He's going to be around for years to come.
All right, boys, we're going to make a run.
Have people been catching them pretty good?
It's the Alabama River. It's grimy. That's always what you hear.
It's grimy.
It's a cool place to fish, but you just never know, like conditions-wise,
Well, it changes so much. And the annoying part is like you think you have it figured out. Like I have so many areas that I'll pull up to, just fun fishing or practicing, and I'll just smash them, and then I'll never see another bass. Like for me, it was genuinely very hard to get bites in practice. Very hard.
Welcome in, Jason Duran. Who have you caught up with? Welcome back, Darian. Doing the running and gunning thing this morning.
Yeah, we made just a little tiny run. I don't know if a lot of these teams stopped in fish spots and then they're already making their first or their second run of the morning. Oh, Kobe just missed one. But there's still a lot of boats running down the river, and they're kind of lined up as if they haven't stopped yet. But Chris and Kobe on their second stop. I know they've at least got 2 in the box, and they were 2 good ones. But hey, this is a unintentional sponsor plug, but I must give a shout out to Phoenix Boats, and for one specific reason. Me and Kenny today are not in a Phoenix, and I thought we had a decent little boat on us. Got 225. I thought we had a 2.25 by how fast we were getting blown apart by every Phoenix that's running down the river. Like, they were passing us as if me and Kenny stopped at Jack's for a biscuit.
Yeah, that happens out here a lot. Chasing every boat down.
Yeah.
I was telling somebody that this week. They were like, what's the fastest boat you see out there on those tournament trails? I was like, them Phoenixes eat a lot of people up. See it a lot.
I mean, hawking them down
week
like
after
that.
week. Yeah.
All right, we're making another run. We'll be right back.
Dash, how often do you fish here? I know you're right here local, but you fish the Coosa a ton. How much time a year do you spend here, do you think?
You know, it's pretty hard to come struggle when you know you can go smash it somewhere else.
I got you.
But I would say, I mean, probably not as much as I should. But
a lot more tournaments on the Coosa, though, to be fair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, it's tough out here because it's almost like 2 completely separate bodies of water, because you got your guys up the river, and catching 20 down here is I mean, if somebody does it today, somebody ought to buy them a beer after. But you know, it's a different story up there. If you got the right boat to get up there, fishing for, or it feels like you're fishing for, you know, 10th place or whatever, because if there's 10 boats up there, so doesn't mean you can't beat them, but it means you got to get a little lucky.
It's just a different deal. It is. You're right. It's 2 different fisheries, and you get up there, it's basically like rapids.
Exactly, but you're risking it. I mean,
Yeah, it's definitely a risk-reward thing when you run the smaller boat and that, you know, the aluminum rigs we see a lot of times on the river. You can get burned by that too.
Oh, absolutely, and that's happened, multiple times. A lot of people I know, knocked off, had a big bag, but knocked off lower units and stuff, couldn't get back. But I got a feeling somebody's going to do something up there today. But this main river's pretty tough, but so I would say that's also why I don't really fish out here that much, because I tell you what, I get me a little 10 rig, it's going to be a different story.
You're going to have to invest.
I can't believe these fish ain't firing. There's 100 of them down there too.
That's saying he thinks there's at least 100 bass in this school piled up right here, and they just have not fired yet.
Luke, I heard you say there's 100 fish on that school. You ought to throw a DT-20 in there for them and just see if you can get them fired up.
See if I can help him get them stirred up. I don't think Mr. Dash would like that too much. The crazy thing is, Darian, to have this number of fish, and I don't have my live scope on right now, keep from adding another transducer in there so I can't see what he's looking at. Just fishing a little point. It's kind of got a ditch that runs by it, but there's a lot of boats in this area, but they're all fishing shallow, and man, he's offshore. We've seen him dragging a worm, throwing a crank.
Oh, I found the sweet spot.
He says he just found a sweet spot. And you picked up that secret bait we see so much now.
Talk about it.
You'll have to guess what that was, Darian, that he picked up. He told me not to talk about it, but we might have talked about it in the bait preview this morning. But he said he thinks he just found the sweet spot. He said there's a stump with a giant on it. I'm hoping we get to see some fireworks from Dash. Darian, what are you saying? What are those guys throwing?
What's that?
I said, what are you seeing those guys, like, what are they attacking those trees with?
It looks like they are, so they've jumped across now, so they fished 2 trees that were about 60 yards apart from each other, and then they really fast ran to one individual boat dock. When they got done with that one boat dock, Kobe missed 1 fish. When they got done with that boat dock, they ran across the river to a stretch of a couple more boat docks. It looks like they're about to, well, they might run again, but yeah, they're going to make another run. But they're mainly throwing a swim jig. They've thrown a white popping frog or some sort of frog, a couple casts, and then some sort of Texas rig, plastic in the back. But I've only seen them use 3 rods: swim jigs, frog, and some sort of little creature bait. But they're making a run back across to the same dock they just came from. We'll be right back again. Give us about 2 minutes.
Welcome in, Jason.
Man, it just went down. They kind of working in just this little creaky kind of pocket here, and both of them made a cast off this little point here. Just got a little bit of standing grass. I mean, I'm talking tiny, 8 feet from the boat kind of thing, and fish blows up. There's another one right there. Oh, they're in there. Fish blew up, and they slowed down, and they hooked one of them, slung it in the boat, and then turned right around and hooked the next one and pulled it all the way out of the water, and it came off. So, I mean, it can happen quick here.
No doubt. I'm watching Dash. He's scoping one and went on point. I think it must have nosed up to his bait, not got it.
Dude. Oh no.
He said there's a stump up
That
here.
was a freak. Like the biggest fish I've seen all week.
He said this is the biggest bass he's seen all week on scope.
All
I just
week?
tried to get his
Okay.
bait and didn't get it. All week. Yeah, not ever, but all week on the Alabama River. He said it's a freak.
I don't know if they even kept that one. They
Oh,
did.
God, she's on it.
Oh,
It came off on the deck.
Do it. Please do it, God. Please.
this fish is on him again.
Like a 7-pounder.
He thinks it's a 7-pounder.
7? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, he says it's huge. Yeah, he thinks it's a 7. He says, I mean, it's followed his bait out 2 casts in a row, like to the point that doing the deal like he thinks it should do to bite, and it just does not eat right at the last second. 2 casts in a row. Must be acting like he wants it to act. He keeps throwing at it. Of course, we've seen Dash this year super dialed in with scope, but we've also seen him skip docks with perfection as well. Do a little bit of everything. Definitely great with his electronics.
There's another one.
Don't get it.
Missed it.
Don't get it. Why won't they
They're
freaking
short
bite?
striking it,
Good Lord.
but they're blowing up.
Is it nosing
blowing
up to
up.
it?
There's genuinely 20 fish on this stump, and there's
Genuinely.
3 that are actually huge. The one I just had follow me up was not that big, like a 3-pounder probably, but yeah. But there's one like sitting on the back side up high. Like that fish would save the tournament.
Oh,
Like, I'd be
jeez.
okay. Stand a chance. I need this fish. though.
You got me nervous.
Oh, she's on it again. I don't understand why she will not bite.
Look at that fish right there. Gotta get- Another one. Another fish. Another one.
Have you already got 2? Y'all got 2? Hey, he does not want to talk either. I'm not asking him another question. So if y'all are commenting on Facebook and y'all want us to ask Chris and Kobe questions, I'm sorry, y'all can ask them yourself because I'm not. They're locked in. We'll see y'all back here in a minute.
Jason, that sounds like Chris and Kobe.
I'm so glad Darren got to cover them today.
Yeah. Well, normally I run out of gas when I try to cover them because they'll hit 57 spots in the first hour, you know.
It was it Logan, Martin, one of them, I covered them and literally motor off and they cranked back up. Like it wasn't even a chance to, I don't even know if they made a cast. I think they were just trying to run from me.
I think that's the thing. A lot of times with those boys, they're like, "Yeah, camera. We're just gonna wait and fish this later."
Yep. Yep.
Dash, do I need to move?
No, you're
Good right there? Okay. So I can swing around, get behind you, or whatever we need to do.
Yeah, y'all do what you need to do. Here, this is crazy. The stump is the size of a car hood, and there's a winning bag on it. Somebody must have put some Slim Fast in the water. They ain't eating. I got something for them.
Ooh, man. Luke, this topwater bite down here is very active and it is exciting. I mean,
It sounds really fun. I'm not gonna lie.
but it's so hard to stand here and watch because you see them blow up and you're like, get another rod. Let's throw in there again.
Well, I heard y'all saying that you're glad that I finally got to cover these guys. I've actually never covered them. Me and Kenny were just talking. I don't know if this is year 3. Anyhow, I haven't covered them yet since we've been doing this. And they pulled back up to this tree. First cast, Kobe catches one. We're still a pretty good ways away, but it looks like it's over 3 pounds. So I think they've got 3 for over 9 pounds right now.
Darren, a little advice when covering them, you don't need to put the trolling motor down because they're going to be gone before you can do that.
Yeah, you just keep the old engine running.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
It's
scared
about the time
of
you
them.
get
know what I mean?
stretched out and lower. Yeah, you're intimidated. Yeah.
Well, I don't even want to be close. I don't want to be too far because I don't want to make them mad that we're not close enough to see the camera, but I don't want to be too close so that I feel like I'm in their way. I don't really like being below them on the river because I don't want the wind to blow up, uphill, but I don't want to be above them in the current because I don't want my, you know what I mean? I don't know where to be at.
Yep. That's Kobe, Chris. That's why they're the winning, the winning team on ABT. I mean, there you go.
And they're those kind of guys that they enjoy beating you a lot.
Yes.
All these guys like to win, but they really like it. It's like Mark McKegg, Tim Hurst. I was talking to a buddy of mine last week about, man, I feel bad for them. They caught the biggest bag they've ever caught on Neely Henry, 23 pounds, to get beat by a 30-pound bag. What a terrible day to catch your biggest bag on Neely Henry. And this friend of mine goes, don't feel bad for them. They've won everything in the state of Alabama 15 different times. Who cares? It's like they can finish second. It's okay. Oh.
Yeah, if you're...
Dash just missed one. This place he's got right here, this stump is loaded up with them, man. But they will not fire for him. And he's rotated through about 4 different baits so far.
Well, look, I don't know how many people we've got on live on Facebook and on YouTube, but if y'all are just tuning in, Luke's covering a guy that's got a school of said 100 fish. There's one stump that's got 20 on it. Jason says he's watching a topwater just fiasco down there. And Chris and Kobe are catching fish every time they pull up to a random spot and make 6 casts and leave. They might not even make 6. But if y'all are watching live, share the video, comment below. You heard Dash say he might could catch 18 pounds off that spot. I think Chris and Kobe have already got 3 for 9 pounds. Comment what you think the winning weight will be. You get up to 3 guesses, I believe. If you get it right, we're gonna mail you a tackle pack that's got Garmin hats, some Crush City plastics, and maybe some Rapala hard baits, I'm not sure, but cool giveaway today for sure. Win some new baits, but a lot of good fishing going on right now.
Well, when you're with the best of the best from the season, that's what you get. That's for sure.
That's right.
These Angler of the Year tournaments are always so much fun because it's the teams that have performed the best all year, the anglers that have figured it out over 5 diverse fisheries at different times of the year, crazy conditions coming their way, and they've been the most consistent. I've always, and you hear a lot of pro anglers talk about that, would you rather win a big tournament or win Angler of the Year? And I think it's a cliche thing in fishing, but I think Angler of the Year is the hardest title to win, no matter the trail, whether it's your Bass Club, the Alabama Bass Trail, the Bassmaster Elite Series. Being consistent for an entire year is not easy. Hooked up. Dash is hooked up. Looks like a good one. He says it's a giant. On a spinning rod, it switched to a little more of a...
Oh, please take
oh boy.
Please.
Oh boy. The one-handed net job. Here we go. He got one of them to fire, boys, and it's a good one. The solo, hey, 10 out of 10 solo net job, Dash.
You like that?
Yeah, I like it. That's a
Down
good.
the gully.
Oh, nice one.
That's me.
Watch, baby. Let's
There we go.
Not quite as big as I thought he was. 3 of them came up with it. 3 of them came up with it.
What is he, 3.5 probably?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, at least. Yeah. 3.5 pound largemouth for Dash right there. He said 3 of them came up with it. That one got it.
I love it. God, I love it.
We're gonna make a move.
And when that thing blew up on the side of the boat, I thought it was going to be like a fight. It threw water everywhere.
I thought it was when he did, I thought it was a 7-pounder. All right, now I got to figure out. See how I remember to do this.
And we're leaving again, boys.
All right, be safe. We'll see you back in a few minutes.
All right, one of my weird tournament traditions. We're gonna give those fish a second to breathe. One of my weird traditions is that I only clear the scale from the last tournament after I've caught the first fish.
Okay.
It might take a little time, but.
So that's a superstition. You don't clear the scales till you catch your first one at the next tournament.
That's right. You can't go into it too confident.
Yeah.
You got to make sure you got to know you're gonna catch one.
That's like catching one on your first cast. All you can't do that.
Yeah, you got to shake them off.
Yeah. We'll take a look back. Dash Dawson's first fish. Power pole replay right here. He's had several fish come after that bait, not get it, finally connects. On the spinning rod, went a little more finesse on them. And a solo net job, which is not easy netting them by yourself. He made it look like light work. How much did it weigh? 3-pounder.
Not as big as I thought he was. But 3-pounder on the main river down here.
That's gold.
That's a big one, boy.
River gold.
I've never seen so many bass on one little spot in my life.
Now, do you think it's all largemouth primarily, or will it be a mix here?
It looks like it. The way they're reacting and stuff, it looks just like they're all head.
I feel like when there's that many spots on a place and you're scoping, they bite.
Oh yeah, no, they're not going to be. They're not
they,
gonna be.
they get too competitive.
But I mean, that's what it's all about. Like in a spot like this where you have so much pressure, there's little like sweet spots. Like this right here, it's like I don't know what is going on here, but the sand has consistently been pushed up on this point to the point that oh god, that's a giant. Come on. Please do it. The sand has been pushed up consistently over the years that it's created a hard spot. And there's a stump right on the hard spot, and like this whole thing could be sand and there could be no bass, and then just right here, just stupid loaded.
Darian, I hope you pump that new boat of yours full of gas. It sounds like you're going to need it today.
Yeah, this is their 6th run. Well, 7th, including the first takeoff. And they're running again. They fished one dock that is 10 by 10. They legitimately made 5 casts on it, and now they're leaving. We'll be back.
Darian's going to roll again. If you're just waking up this morning, tuning into this Alabama Bass Trail event, this is stop number 5 of our Alabama Bass Trail South Division. We have 225 teams competing today in our final event of the regular season. We're on the Alabama River, Prattville, Alabama. Took off out of Cooters Pond this morning. And it was about 93 degrees at 4 a.m. %300 humidity. Kind of what you expect on an Alabama River June event, though. Water temperature's going to be hot. Air temperature's going to be hotter. We're with Dash Dawson, who's 3rd place in the Angler of the Year race. Close call at Lake Martin, came up just shy of a win there. Was in the mix at Lake Jordan for our first event. One of the favorites going into that one for sure. Just had a great year. It's been a lot of fun covering him out here and getting to know him a little bit better. We're seeing this huge youth movement in bass fishing these days, and it's awesome to see.
So if y'all are watching and you just see boat number 2 going back and forth between Chris and Kobe, and then we get off for a second, they're hitting so many spots, but they're not wasting time between an area. Like, this is just a random stretch of boat docks, but they're not fishing all the docks. They've got, for whatever reason, there's a sweet spot on this stretch that they like, and they're not wasting any time. And even if it's like a little 60-yard stretch or run between one spot to another, they're not fishing that 60 yards. They're fishing the one spot they wanted to get and then idling or making a 60-yard run. Like, they're not wasting any time at all. I don't know if that's, the morning bite's really good, and once the sun gets up high, it gets tough, so they're just maximizing that, or if these guys are literally just wired with, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what they drink. I don't know what they eat.
You know, Darren, it almost sounds like a little bit of a, I mean, we're late in the year for this, but maybe a shad spawn.
Yeah, no, there definitely was a shad spawn on that one tree this morning.
Yeah, just based off of what lures you say they're throwing and that running and gunning several just isolated spots. That's definitely what it sounds like. Trying to maximize that first bit of light. Because now it feels like it's a little after 6 and it. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say the very first tree they stopped on, they fished it twice. I mean, the fish were like boiling all in the tree. Like, it was silly.
I was gonna say, trying to get that first hour of daylight bite, and now the sun's above the trees, it feels like it's lunchtime already.
Yep.
Not a lot of shade left.
They're fishing the bank that the sun is, behind, so they still have a whole bank of shade, and it's still really low light where they're at, just because the bank's kind of tall, so.
Dash has got these fish following his baits literally every cast. And they just will not commit. Got the 1 3-pounder to commit, but he's had a lot of just close calls. That's what can be so frustrating about scoping, is just because you see them doesn't mean you're going to catch them. And a lot of times, just out of curiosity, they will follow your bait. And, in the area he's in, a lot of these bass are pretty well educated. He's not too far from takeoff. I mean, dare say a lot of these fish are release fish. They kind of stay in this general area when they get released, and they're like, yeah, we know the drill.
Making a run.
Shad that just pulled up, so now it's making it super hard to find my mark.
They can definitely create a smoke screen.
Yeah, they're all in the way. My bait is just disappearing once it gets to about 3 foot. one of them's got to go again. The rest of these are they're big. There's just too many big ones here for one of them not to bite at some point. That same big one just followed me off. That fish is actually giant.
Crazy to me how aggressive one can be. Like you said, the one you caught just had it great.
Well,
But it's just all of a sudden something just trips them.
like, if I bring this bait over the tree and it's 3 inches off the top of the tree, they just mosey out and follow it. If I get it, you know, if they're sitting on the tree and I get past them and then just like pop, 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 they just like all fire out, and that's when you get them to bite. But the problem is I got very few of these pretty hard to get baits. I really don't want to.
Yeah, so you don't want to get it too close to the tree.
Exactly. But I mean, you gotta get close enough.
Are you tired yet, Darian?
I'm
For
not
doing
tired.
up-downs.
If you show any bit of tiredness around these two, you're gonna get left.
Yeah, you can't slack. No slacking with that crew.
There's a cast to do it, it's that one. Oh, right on our head.
Darian, if you keep pulling up the trolling motor, you're not going to be in good enough shape to run that dragon boat race here in a little bit. You're supposed to be our main paddler in that deal. Because I know Jason ain't going to paddle. He's going to ride in the back.
He's just gonna ride in the back and point, turn left, turn right.
And play music. He's going to have control of the Bluetooth.
of this break, go see if there's anything on the end of this tree.
All right, I think Dash is about to make a move, guys, so we're gonna make a move. Sounds like you're moving too, Darian. All right, guys, we appreciate everybody tuning in early this morning for this ABT South finale on the Alabama River. We're gonna take a quick break and we'll be back with more live action from Cooters Pond in just a few moments.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is presented by Phoenix Boats and sponsored by Pro O2, fish care at its finest, by Alpha Insurance, C. Thomas Shelton, Alpha Man, brought to you by NetBait, Power Pole, Sweet Home Alabama, and by Yamaha. There's more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Remember those childhood dreams when you and your trusty cat could do anything? Well, now you're living the dream and experiencing the thrill and power of cat performance, technology, and value for real. Hey, those who give their best deserve the best. So invest in your business, invest in yourself, invest in a cat. The best machines you can own. Because your first cat shouldn't be your last.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink?
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a net BLT too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Hey, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's going to hide under a log.
Alabama Bass Trail TV is now on our partner networks, Gulf Coast Sports and Entertainment, Peachtree Sports Network, and Tennessee Valley Sports and Entertainment. The thrill of the catch, the fierce competition, and the big payout. Go to alabamabasstrail.org for dates and times. Alabama Bass Trail TV.
This is Jack's Country, where Conecuh just hit the menu.
Jack's has Conecuh?
Oh, yeah. That's right. Your favorite hickory smoked sausage is now at Jack's. Come in for 2 Conecuh sausage dogs, fries, and pie. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the fifth stop, the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. You are looking at Cooters Pond. This is takeoff this morning. 225 boats registered for this event in August of 2025, and it all comes down to this. The points race. We will crown a winner. Someone will punch their ticket to the championship, and we will crown an Angler of the Year. You're seeing 225 boats there. Takeoff, we had a beautiful sunrise. But with a beautiful orange sunrise comes extreme heat today. By 10 a.m., we're going to be experiencing a 102 degrees heat index today here in Prattville, Alabama. Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio here on the banks of the Alabama River. Just across the way, you can see the judge there at one of the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail tournaments or locations. It's a absolute beautiful place here. You've got the Spanish Moss. It's all about South Alabama when you come to Cooters Pond. Today, it's all about bass fishing. We are sharing the water. You may have heard Luke refer to the Dragon Boat Race. It is a charity event going on in downtown Montgomery today, and we're sharing the water with them. Great work by Aaliyah and the fire department there in Montgomery to help us out with that, to make sure that everyone is being safe. I want to talk a little bit about Cooters Pond. This is the 4th time that we have visited here in June. Weights have been from 1588 all the way to 1824 in those times. So we're looking for weights today. Hopefully we'll surpass that 18-pound weight. Dock Talk has been Tuesday, Wednesday. Fishing was great. They started taking water out of this pond on Thursday, and it's gotten a little bit harder to get the fish to fire up. We're seeing that with Dash Dawson. He is a local here, expected to do well at this event. He is 3rd in the Angler of the Year points, and we'll talk about that. Foster Bradley, Nick Harris currently leading over 2nd place by 26 points and leading over 3rd place by 29 points. This is the tournament that we talk about being the equalizer. We see 80-point swings happen at this particular tournament. Will that happen in a June tournament with a 102-degree heat index? It's going to be a tough tournament out there. It's going to be a scorcher. Alabama is sure bringing the weather. We've got storms coming in. That could be good. Fish could feed up before those storms come in on Sunday. So there's so much on the line. I think these guys are going to stay out there and they're going to fish. You see Chris and Kobe, they're running around. That's typical Chris and Kobe business. They're going to run and gun all day long, very similar to what Shane Powell does down at Lake Eufaula. And speaking of Lake Eufaula, you've got 75 teams in this field trying to get to Lake Eufaula in October for that $100,000 no entry fee championship with $50,000 on the line for first place. So there is a lot on the line here today. If you're in the area and you'd like to come out to the weigh-in, of course, it'll be at 2:30 right here at Cooters Pond. There are no bleachers here, so please make sure that you bring your lawn chairs. And I would highly encourage you to bring an umbrella or some type of sun coverage, because it is going to be hot out here. And unfortunately, where you'll be sitting and I'll be sitting, there's no shade. So bring your umbrella, come out and enjoy a great weigh-in. Watch us crown a new winner and a new Angler of the Year. I know Jason, Darian, and Luke are out on the water. I think Darian is pulling up to a team. Jason is getting set up on a team. We'll get back to them on the water. If you would like to look at the current points race, you can do that by going to alabamabasstrail.org and click on the AOY tab there, and you can choose between those that you want to see. We will have multiple people that will double qualify. Some fish the north, some fish the south. Some are considered couples, some are considered student teams. So we'll get it all hashed out in a couple of weeks, but before we do that, we've got to go to Weiss Lake next week and wrap up the North Division. So we've got a busy June. We mentioned we're back-to-back tournaments. So by June 21st, this team is going to be pretty tired. I do want to say thank you to everyone who's watched this year. I know that we have several campaigns going on and several winners that will be announced. We'll announce the winner of the Garmin prize pack for the South Division later on in today's show. So stay tuned for that. It might just be you. Miss Angela is going to take care of getting us that information, and we'll announce that at the end of the show. We're going to try to get out to Mr. Jason Duran. I know he's setting up on a team. If he can let us know if he's ready, we'll get back out on the water, because I can assure you, you want to see what's going out on the water way more than you want to see the boring stuff going on in here today. So again, I want to thank everybody for tuning in, and we're going to get out on the water with Jason. He is with boat number 96. That's Chip Bradley and Nick Harris, your current Angler of the Year leaders.
All right, so score tracker update, boat 96. We thought we were on 96 earlier. We followed the team that left as boat 96 earlier, followed them all the way down the Alabama River for a long ways. That team pulled over, went into a creek. We watched them have a fantastic topwater bite. Officially, they were an Alabama Bass Trail team. I'll find out who they were later, but apparently when I pulled out the tractor, I was like, this is not them. So we are now on your AOY leaders. 26-point lead currently over second place. it could happen. They need to just hold their ground. They need to beat the second place team by 26 points. 26 places will do that. Talked to them this morning, they said they're just gonna fish around this bank right here, and then they're gonna fish out here in the middle. So he's like, don't be trolling around out in the middle. So they caught a fish when we pulled up. They had a couple bites on top water. They're just working this grass edge right here off the main river just a little bit. This is really the bank you're looking at. Is the other side of that is the main river. So we really are right out here on the main river. We got water temperature at 84 degrees. The good news is it's not as hot down here as it is at Cooters Pond. So
got so far?
We've caught 2 and only kept one of them. They're
Okay.
like 190s.
Okay.
We've seen a few, but we had a little school in here and they were gone. I don't know if it was boat traffic or what.
Jason, I caught up with the Nania boys, Zeke and Joey. Joey fishing with
there you go.
Zeke Gossett last week in the ABT 100 to come in 3rd place there, and he's got his son Zeke with him. Here today on the Alabama River, he said he thinks he knows that
he just
the
has to
know
fish
it's
with a
Saturday.
Zeke. You know, that's it.
He does. He does enjoy fishing with the Zeke, for sure. And this young Zeke Nania is a very, very talented angler. It's been fun getting to watch him work this year in these ABT Souths with Dad.
Jason, I hate to admit it, but I did not read your story this week. And if I had to admit further than that, I've only read a few of your stories ever. But I did see that it was posted to Facebook, and Davenport, boat number 135, they were some of the guys you talked to. Oh,
you read
fish
the
on,
headline
too.
at least.
Let's go. Yeah, I read the headline.
Jason, I like the fact that Darian thought that we might think that he reads the story every week.
Yeah.
That he needed to admit that he didn't read the story. That's my favorite
Why
part
are you
of that.
waiting all the way now to confess this? It's been a whole year.
Like we knew.
This way. I don't really want to get any closer. Are we good? They're fishing kind of really cool little tiny grass pocket, but it's kind of skinny, so I'm not going to go back any further. When we were pulling in here, I did see them messing around the live well, so I know they've at least got 2.
I mean, they could have just been putting the plug in.
This is true. Based on the article I read about these guys, though, they were pretty confident about this tournament coming into it. They are locals, they fish here a lot, and they were liking what they saw in practice.
There you go. There you go. Good job. They actually said that the river is fishing better than it has in a long time. They were expecting good weight. They said, don't be surprised if there's a 20-pound back.
Oh, wow.
Again,
I think I read that in the article. All right, time to confess one more thing. I didn't read the whole entire article.
I was going to say, Darren, was that quote in the middle or at the end of the article or at the beginning?
I think that was a full quote.
I only made it to the middle.
Facebook.
It's like being in a group in elementary school where you got to do a book report and you're supposed to do your part. And you're like, yeah, I read that part for sure. I'm like, well, you know what happened on page 73? Hang on a second. Let me go look.
Cliff notes. Darren needs the cliff notes every week, I guess.
Listen, y'all did not want me in middle school as a partner in your group project. I was not contributing.
But see, I feel like you would have been the guy that shows up with the snacks for everybody, though.
Yeah,
so you gotta have somebody that contributes in that way too, you know?
Can always count on him to bring the Jack's biscuits.
I was gonna say, he might be a little late sometimes, you know. Man, I've been in traffic out
He's
here.
waiting
Also,
for him
I
to
stopped
open.
at Jack's, but he's gonna have snacks. Yeah, he's gonna have snacks.
Yeah.
It's a guarantee. Oh, Zeke just
Hey,
missed
another shameless sponsor plug for the ABT. Last week I mentioned that Jack's, most of the Jack's open at 4. All right, and most of the year, 4 is good for a fishing tournament because you can go hit a biscuit, slide over to the lake. This morning, Jack's wasn't open yet, so I had to go to one of our competitors. All right, biscuit was subpar. But I went ahead and bought a couple extras for my buddies, Luke, Jason, Miss Kay, Kenny, Noah. I try to offer a couple biscuits out to everybody. When it's a Jack's biscuit, that bag is empty within 20, 30 seconds. This morning, Jason said, that sounds sketchy. Luke said, I don't want to be on the bank. I'm not getting one of that company's right there's biscuit.
Yes,
Well, Dad,
it's exactly what I said.
Y'all got
exactly what I said.
Little. Did the water come up? It went down?
Yeah, we'll make a little adjustment right here.
Yeah. Got all day.
Oh, easy. I know a bunch of the river mats are gone too.
They were. A lot of logs too, big logs.
Y'all were, you got in front of us on the way down.
Well, that's why I was like, where did you go? And then we dropped off. Yeah, the boat that took off 96 was not them. They took off 97. So they said they got a little fish. Said they got plenty of time. So Luke, help me with my math here. I mean, I would ask Darian, but he's already confessed he's not good at that either. These guys need to finish 26th, right? Or better to clinch.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, I believe you're correct with that.
I mean, at
But you
minimum,
think those
they got
kind
to
of
finish
leads,
20.
you know, yes.
26th place is ahead
20
of second place. But if they
Yes,
finish 25th,
yes.
it's a guarantee.
You know, you see those leads like that in an Angler of the Year race and you think it's wrapped up. But when you have a field this big, you can
Yeah.
get separation. There could be people get in the way of that if you don't have a good day.
Ounces,
Oh,
like,
Zeke just missed
yeah,
one.
50
yes.
people have.
Oh man, that was sick. He just missed one the cast before, threw back in, fished that swim jig super slow, and then caught it. Hey, do that several more times for TV. That was nice.
Being stingy so far?
I heard him say number 4. What's that put y'all at? 10 and a quarter? Or 10 and 4? 10, 22 on the scales. Is it? You said that's with 4? Okay. That's with 5.
Zeke, when your dad was with the other Zeke last week, you know how they caught so many fish? The other Zeke was singing the whole day, so you're going to start singing. He was singing. That was the deal. Zeke said, "Get this crazy guy out of here, Dad."
Well, your AOY leaders are about to make a move. They're going on to hopefully find some better fish. Good luck, guys.
I guess you guys don't get down here a ton. Living where you live, I'm sure there's a lot of lakes in between here and there.
Yeah, not a destination for us.
Yeah.
But I like it. I fished the open here in like 20, I don't know if it was 2013 or what. It was a long time ago. I think Zeke was 3, so whatever that was. About 10 years ago. And I didn't do great. I think I fished 70th of the 200. You know how opens are.
Oh yeah. You'll take a 70th a lot of those opens.
That counts. It's good enough.
Especially when it's all about the points, right?
Right.
Just can't bomb.
All right, we're heading to the river.
All right, boys.
With all the rest of them.
You guys be luck.
Okay, thank you.
Y'all gonna hunker down in here, or y'all gonna make a bunch of runs all day?
We're going to fish in here a little bit more.
Yeah.
Then we're going up fishing over grass top.
Cool. We're gonna stick around with you. Welcome back, Luke.
Glad to be back. I'm glad to be in one piece, Darian. Just made a boating decision on this river, trying to avoid a couple of our teams and not run over where they were fishing. And my map was like, this is totally deep enough. And my Yamaha show said, this is not deep enough. It was one of those moments that I'm like, oh, glad there wasn't anything hard here. It was just seemed to be that old sandy river bottom, but we connected with it. And I have caught up with Zeke Gossett and Ethan King, winners of our last event, always in the running. And they're going to do exactly what I figured they were going to do, make a run. How many we got so far, boys? 4 for 9, all right. I told them when we stopped, I said, they're not going to be here long. I just get that feeling. Y'all going a long ways? Y'all going a long ways?
Maybe not. There's one place down here on the right we might stop on.
All right. We may catch up with y'all. Good luck, boys. Darren, that was one of those rare situations where I thought we were fixing to pull up the Garmin for us and make a run. But there were 2 or 3 boats crowded right in here where Zeke and Ethan wanted to be, and the second those other boats left, it just timed out. They said, you know what, I think we're gonna hang. So they got 4 for about 9 pounds in the box so far. And running a similar deal that we saw them doing at Logan Martin. Just isolated structure. Using the old Garmin Live scope, target individual fish.
But
Ethan just swung and missed.
This is boat 109, Hall Hobbs and Lucas Brown. Said they had one, about 2 pounds, and a bunch of little ones after that. So, down here working the main river. Little topwater action.
Good practice, but we've always had good practice here. Saturday.
It changes.
People fishing these places, well, this is a community hole, but we got some sneakier stuff, but they still act funny on some. I don't know if it's the boatway or.
Really?
We always have great practices here. We've had some good finishes here. Like we finished 11th to 8th a couple of times.
I feel like last time we were here, you guys had a good one.
We did. I can't remember exactly. It was in the top 20.
Yeah.
It was like 11th, I think.
Well, you guys can hear Zeke trying to stay off of them a little bit. He was saying they had a great practice. He said it's just not been so hot this morning, even though they've already got 4 for 9 pounds. He says they typically always have great practices here. He said he doesn't know if it's when all the boats get running around. He said something different changes, and it's funny. His ABT 100 partner, Joey Nania, just earlier said the exact same thing. He's like, they know it's Saturday. And he was talking about having a great practice, but you know, one of the biggest factors at the Alabama River every time we're here, regardless of the time of the year, is it's going to change. It's going to change from practice. You know, I heard a lot of heard a lot of guys and saw a lot of sad faces this morning over the fact that the water looks like it's about a foot lower than it was yesterday to a lot of them. We heard that a bunch. So Joey Nania was talking about that this morning. So there's always going to be a curveball.
That's what Nick was saying this morning too, talking to him, you know, because I said the guys, you know, Doc talk at that morning, all of them were talking, you know, how good the river bite was, and Nick was like, yeah, but when all these boats start running down the river, all that changes. You know, he said that's going to mess some guys up today, thinking that what they saw in practice is going to be there today, and then the water drops out a foot, and that changes everything. So that's why we call this tournament the equalizer. You know, sometimes it ought to be called the eliminator, because it can eliminate you pretty quick.
Well, it's like what we talked about. Those Angler of the Year points leads are not safe when you come to a place like this because it's so volatile.
And to have it right here at the last tournament, too.
Oh, yeah. But then you factor in, you know, potentially long boat runs. For a lot of folks, things can happen, mechanical issues. You know, it can be a tricky place to end the year. With so much on the line between Angler of the Year and trying to make the championship.
And just trying to win today. You know?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, that
$15,000,
which automatically
you know?
I know. Which automatically qualifies you for the championship as well.
Yeah.
If you're not doing so hot in the points. Zeke and Ethan are currently in 11th. Of course, they won Angler of the Year last year.
They had their turn.
Everything they fished everything they fished, I feel like. I believe Zeke is a three-time
they're so good.
Alabama Bass Trail Angler of the Year.
So good. The sun's coming out.
Oh, buddy, it's been here.
When I got out of the truck, when I got out of the truck at 3:30, I was like, it felt like the sun had been out all night.
Yeah, it did not go to bed, did it?
You know, but it is really cooler down here. It's less humid down on this end of the lake, river, I'll say that. It's kind of weird. I think they need to install some big fans in those trees. At Cooters Pond, just to cool it off down there a little bit.
A little circulation down in that hole.
Gosh, it's so wet. Hot. Swampy.
Yeah, it feels like it's below sea level. Oh, yeah. Is that what comes up and rolls so much out here in the river? Oh, really?
See their bottom fins real good. You can see them on scope, especially when they turn.
Zeke said they were scoping up a paddlefish right there. Says doing circles around the spot they're trying to catch a bass.
Yeah.
Says it's huge, but all of a sudden you'll see its bottom fins and you can tell what it is. Probably looks pretty wild on the live scope screen.
I bet it does.
Imagine.
Looks like these dudes are gonna dip.
catch up with.
Good luck, guys. Thank you.
Good luck, boys. Zeke and Ethan rolling out.
There's the sun.
We just caught up with Ryan Miller and Justin Adams, boat number 84. Asked them how their morning was going, and they said, no bueno so far. They got a lot of time ahead of them. Working some of this shallow water willow shore grass that we see up and down the river. Where are we on points coming into today?
sitting at 50th. Yeah.
Okay. Need to catch a limit and stay in there, right?
You need to catch a limit and stay in there. I went down south yesterday. We should be able to catch a limit. But I figure there's enough release fish in here to manage a good bag.
Yeah.
If they ever start pulling up.
Save a little gas that way too.
Yeah. No pressure on these fish up here at all.
No, they're not educated. We were talking about that just a little earlier. It's like they know it's Saturday a lot of times, especially right here. They're like, oh, hang on a second. There's a lot more noise around here.
Well, we're hoping some people start pulling out of here and they get a little more active. Probably 25 boats started in here this morning. Seems like it anyway. We got one, so only 4 more.
What kind of weight y'all got? 10, half?
Broke one off and lost another one.
What's been the game plan? You scope and stump?
Bumped into.
Some good ones in practice doing this. We're just trying to
Yeah.
figure out where they went.
That stump will make it not so well.
Well, most of y'all's bites come off of in practice, bait-wise.
Flipping in bushes.
Okay.
Flipping.
Doing some flipping.
Everywhere, really. Bluff walls, bushes, back to pocket, front to pocket. What he said. I've been 6U All-Stars all week, so he's
You've been ballparking while he's been fishing.
I've been ballparking.
Tis the season, right?
Yes.
It is all-star time. I miss those.
Luckily it's in Montgomery, so.
I miss those days.
Yeah.
I never thought I would though. Some of them hot ballpark days.
rain all week.
Yeah, this place needs a little bit of moving water, don't it?
Yeah.
Sure helps.
It gets tough.
Yeah, they can be aggravating when they can just go wherever they want to go. We appreciate everybody tuning in this morning for ABT Live from this Alabama Bass Trail South finale on the Alabama River. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more live Alabama River action in just a few moments.
This segment of live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats is brought to you in part by Bait Fuel, Halo Fishing Rods, by TH Marine, Snag Proof, by Pro Guide Batteries, and by FishAlabama.org. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I want to talk to you about Piranha O2.
This is the exact system that we are running behind stage in all of our tanks to keep our fish healthy and alive so we can get them back in the water.
Every dead fish costs you a lot of money. So I've been really impressed. It's an oxygen enrichment system that helps out, keeps these fish alive, and lets you catch and release them.
Weight is the key in tournament fishing, so take care of it. Go to Piranha O2 and take a look.
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support that goes beyond all expectations. a relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
Hey guys, pro angler Dustin Connell here, and I get all my vehicles here at Larry Puckett. I travel all over, and I've got the 2500 diesel. I love it, tows my boat great, but if you're looking for any vehicle, an SUV, gas burner, or the diesel to tow something with, they've got it here at Larry Puckett. Not corporate owned, locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. Here at Larry Puckett Chevrolet, they let the customers do the talking.
This is Jack's Country.
Jack's has Conecuh?
Oh, yeah.
Jack's is now proudly serving Conecuh sausage dogs for a limited time. Born in the South, raised on hickory smoke.
Jack's got Conecuh.
A sausage so southern, it's considered a rite of passage.
Wow.
Whoa. We couldn't have said it better ourselves. Come in for 2 Conecuh sausage dogs, crispy fries, and a fried pie.
You see?
We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome into the Alabama Bass Trail 5th stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. I'm in the live studio. Jason, Darian, Luke, they're out on the water. We're going to talk about one of the questions we had come in on YouTube from Mr. Samuel Schultz. The question, guys, is what is your biggest takeaway or best takeaway from the South Division, and what would you consider doing or changing to make it better for 2027? So, Jason, I'm going to start with you.
You're always going to start with me, make it hard, right? Let me say the best thing for the South Division this year, especially the Alabama River, is this thing right here. These satellites we got this year are 100% the best thing that happened this year as far as TV coverage and live coverage. We have never been this far down on the Alabama River live. When we were driving down this morning, I was like, that's where we usually use camera service, right there. And that's less than half the lake. So today we're able to get out and cover all. We've been all over the lake today. We'll continue to be all over the lake. Makes it so much easier. But a big cool thing, Huck winning, that was pretty cool. Luke, I'm gonna steal yours. You just getting some time with one of our former, I'll let you say his name in a minute, but one of our formers in bass fishing. That was a really cool day there too. What would I change for next year? I would not change the weather we had this year. Yes, it rained one of those days, but we had good weather all year. We didn't have sleet, we didn't have snow, we didn't have lightning, we didn't have frigid conditions, so I would not change the weather we had this year for next year. It was great. Now, it ain't gonna happen next year. It's gonna be freezing cold, it's gonna be blistering rain, but that's part of the Alabama Bass Trail. I mean, Miss Kay, I don't know, is that what you're looking for?
Go ahead, Luke. Let's talk about one of your best takeaways from this past year, and if anything, what would you do to change it for next year, make it better, easier? What would you do, Luke?
Well, I don't think we can make the Alabama Bass Trail a lot better just because obviously the anglers agree. It sells out so fast. But for the Alabama Bass Trail South, for me, it's the fact that we do fish the Coosa River a couple of times, but all the lakes on the Coosa are so different, right? And our schedule is so diverse. This year, you really mixed up the lakes at the times of the year. You know, going to Lake Martin in April, I felt like was a really cool change. I feel like we normally go there kind of early in the year, right? So that Huck Harrison win there was very special. And like Jason mentioned, I got to give a shout out to Trip Weldon. Get to hang out with him on his back porch at Lake Jordan during those storms was awesome. But I love what you've done with the schedule for next year. You know, going to Eufaula. We've ended the Alabama Bass Trail South season there a couple times in June. I think it's cool going there earlier in the year, but that's really all I would change. I love the mix-up of schedules we get, but these ABT South lakes all fish so different, even though they're pretty close together. They all have a lot of spotted bass and largemouth in them, but man, they're just completely different animals down here in the South.
My favorite takeaway of the year. The cool thing about the South, Luke just kind of touched on it, but you've got so many different style lakes, a couple Coosas, you got Lake Martin here on the river. These guys, like, you can't just go do the same thing at every place. Whereas in the north, you kind of can, because you got Wheeler, Gunnersville, and Pickwick. You can fish, if you're a Tennessee River guy, you can fish a Tennessee River style. You can, even on this year's schedule, you can do that at Weiss too. Even though it's a Coosa, it's the upper, the top end of the Coosa. So you can fish it like the Tennessee River. Smith's a little different, but I'd say the diversity of the schedule in the South is always really cool every single year, just because the lakes seem to be smaller. And so I think that's always neat just to see how guys break it down. If I could change anything about next year, I'd tell Jax, change y'all's time to 3 for the May and June tournament only. Because I'm sick of, you know what I mean? I'm sick of them. They're opening at 4, but when we got to wake up, my alarm clock this morning was like 2:45 or something. I mean, I missed it. You know what I mean? I just snoozed it. But yeah, the burger I almost said burger. I almost said Wada in front of it. But I had a lackluster biscuit this morning. I would change Jack's opening time to 3 a.m. for the early morning summer tournaments. That's all I got.
As always, each division and the 100s had their special moments. I'm going to agree with Luke. Anytime we go to Lake Jordan, and I said Jordan because that's how Trip Weldon says it, the biggest joy I get is getting to spend time with him. The amount of knowledge and love of this game that he has and that he freely shares with us is very, very special. His sons have fished competitively. One of them works in the industry, but just the knowledge that he freely shares with us and how much he truly enjoys us being there. The Huck Harrison win, Thomas Shelton winning with his son in the boat was very special. A 30-pound bag on Neely Henry was very special. Watching Chris and Kobe just mark off these lakes, they said they want to win every lake in the South Division and would be the only team that have come close. There's a lot of really cool takeaways from the South Division. It will always be very special to me that we sold out in under 6 minutes. That is a huge compliment to our team, to the guys that get here at 2 o'clock in the morning. They basically had the stage set up today by 3 a.m. They get here, they work hard, and they're laughing when they close that trailer up in the afternoon. That's probably the biggest compliment that I can give our team. We're learning on live coverage. We do what we do on a much more reduced budget than other organizations. We try to bring you amateur bass fishing at its best. I said last week in our live coverage of how proud I am of this team and winning an award that's going to be recognized state and nationally real soon. Very proud of where we've came, but I always know that we have room for improvement, and we'll continue to work while we're off in the off season to do that. Things I would change for next year is just make sure that we're just as committed and recommit to making sure that we do everything. We stand by our rules. They're published. And if anyone ever tells you anything about the Alabama Bass Trail, we establish our rules and we stick to our rules. And we're always going to do that. We're very transparent. We put our payout out there. It's not hard to do the math and know what we take in and what we pay out. Committed to 100% payback to our anglers. Committed to working as hard as we can for our partners in our host cities and for our anglers. So I want to thank Darren, Luke, and Jason. They're gonna be out there on the water today, experiencing some extremely high heat. The cameraman Kenny, Chris, Russell, that's out there, and to my team, we're going to stay hydrated and try to make this Alabama River tournament the very best it can be. So we're going to get back out on the water very, very soon. I do want to remind you of a couple of things. Today, the weigh-in does start at 2:30. Please bring your lawn chairs. We don't have bleacher seating here. Bring your lawn chairs. Bring your umbrellas. Bring your blankets if you would like to. It's fairly dry here, so you can bring your blankets and sit out and enjoy the weigh-in. Please bring an umbrella or something to protect yourself. The heat is going to be raging this afternoon, so please make sure that you do that. For anyone watching that might be interested in fishing the Alabama Bass Trail 100 or the Alabama Bass Trail 100 registration is currently underway. We have about 11 spots left in the 2027 registration, so please go to AlabamaBassTrail100.org. You can click on the rules, and you can also click on the tournament overview and make sure that you read all about it. If you'd like to participate, we still have about 11 spots available. If you're interested in the normal, everyday 5 tournaments per division Alabama Bass Trail, that opens to new teams on August the 15th. We're going to go ahead and probably pop that schedule up for you so that you can take a look at that. For the South Division, we'll talk a little bit about that. And for the North Division, this is the Alabama Bass Trail 100 schedule. January the 16th, we'll be at Lake Gunnersville out of Gunnersville at the State Park. June the 5th, we will be at Lay Lake out of Columbiana and Wilsonville, Alabama. And then November the 6th, we will be at Lewis Smith Lake in Coleman, Alabama. So our 2027 Alabama Bass Trail, we'll talk about the North Division since that's where we are. February the 20th, we kick off at Lay Lake. March the 27th, we will then go down to Lake Martin. April the 17th, we'll be at Lake Eufaula. May 15th, we'll be at Lake Jordan, and then we will wrap it up on June the 12th at Logan Martin. Looking at the North Division, February 13th, Lewis Smith Lake in Jasper, Alabama. March the 13th, back to Lake Gunnersville. April the 10th, we'll be at Wheeler Lake. May the 22nd, we'll visit Weiss Lake, which is where we'll be next week. And then we'll wrap that up on June the 19th at Pickwick Lake. I don't know if you can wrap it up better than being on the Tennessee River in the North Division. The championship will be at Neely Henry Lake, where we just saw a dirty 30 weighed in last week in the Alabama Bass Trail 100. Don't know that we'll see that on a daily basis at Neely Henry in October, but it will be the second time that we visited Neely Henry for the championship, the last time being in 2018, where Adam Bain and Chris Colley won that event. So for those of you who don't know, our championship is a $100,000 all-cash prizes at no entry fee. You have to qualify, be in the top 75 in the points to get there, but then it's your chance to fish for over $100,000. So a lot going on the Alabama Bass Trail, but Jason is out on a team, so let's get you back out on the water and watch some more fishing action. Jason?
181. Boat 181. Well, guys, is it warm enough for you?
Sweating already.
Right? It ain't even 8 o'clock. How's the fishing, though?
I got 3. You got one good one in there.
Oh, I got somebody in the background. I can't hear you.
We got 3.
3 5-pounders?
No, we got one a little over 3 and then just a couple of good
Okay. Has this kind of been the game plan today? Just river ledges and river edges?
Yeah, I'm actually waiting for the sun to get out. As bad as that sounds. They were sitting here pretty good yesterday.
Yeah. Had a little company in here, though.
But I need that sun to be out shining down.
Oh, gotcha. And drop that water down. They just don't give you a break here, do they?
Bad part is so much trash here. It's hard to work.
Yeah.
Out of this thing. But we're hoping to get lucky. How many boats y'all got out? Camera boats y'all got out?
3.
Man, y'all had a long ride.
Oh, it ain't too bad.
It's gonna feel good going back though, ain't it?
Yeah. For sure. How many days y'all practice?
He's usually out here practicing about every weekend, and whenever he can, I catch him.
Fish on here. Maybe a good one.
Maybe a drum.
Might have a bass that size.
I was about to say, boys, when that rod bent over, I was like, this one might be a good one. Yep, that is not what we're looking for. If you could weigh those jokers, that'd be awesome. Too bad you can't weigh 5 of those.
It's been a running theme so far that every tournament we fish this year, he's caught at least something that's not the right species and it's massive. He's usually bringing in about 30-pound catfish from the bottom.
Oh, wow. Terry, and the drum bite's pretty strong over here. What about you?
Strong drum bite, huh?
Maybe it's not a drum this time. Not a drum. Gonna be a keeper.
Well, I'm not having any drum action down here, but I did catch up boat number 3, Justin Barnes. And I haven't got close enough to ask him if he's caught any yet.
I don't think that was catfish. That was a keeper. Just lost another one here. Thought it was a catfish, but it jumped out of the water like a bass and looked exactly like a bass and spit the hook out.
£20 most of the time.
No, it ain't about 8 pounds. I wish it was. I should say sad. Crockett was called earlier. I bet he was 2.5 pounds.
Guys, I just caught up with James, and James, the Willoughby's always dangerous on this river. They got 5 for about 8 pounds. It's gonna get there quick, ain't it? We were joking earlier. We felt like it was there at 3:30 this morning. It was already hot.
Been pretty tough this morning?
Do what?
Has it been pretty tough this morning?
Yeah. Ain't keeping the pen up.
Most of it out here on the river?
Do what?
Most of it out here on the river?
Yep. Hopefully that's not getting a little better.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna make a little run.
Luke, what's going on with you over there?
Well, I'm here with the Willoughbys, who, they top 10 here last year in April. And they're fishing offshore, doing some scoping. Kind of what we see a lot of now these days with these father-son teams. You got a son up front scoping and a dad dragging around in the back. It's the Lance and Cole Walker.
Yeah, fish on. Little lemon.
Ain't enough water to make them sit nowhere today.
We were saying that just a little earlier. They can just go wherever when it's like this. How many spots like this do y'all have on the river that y'all hit?
Probably, real good, probably 15.
Okay.
Well, I was good.
Y'all just rotate them throughout the day and.
Yeah. I'll end up burning a tank of gas for it.
Okay. I'll say last year I felt like y'all did a lot of moving and shaking.
Oh yeah, we're about to start it again. They're supposed to cut on a little more water at 9. I was just kind of waiting for it to get a little closer. There's plenty of fish. We extended this morning. They've been getting beat up on pretty hard too.
Yeah, after a couple days of practice, they know we're here. James is saying there that he'll burn pretty much an entire tank of gas today. They'll do that running and gunning.
Oh, yeah.
So they got about 15 deep spots they're planning on hitting. And they do have a limit already. They estimate to be about 8 pounds.
back. We're up close to Cooters Pond. Around takeoff where I started with, several of our favorites coming into this, but they peeled out of there pretty fast. And, the Willoughbys aren't that far out of the angler deer race either. 5th place, having a great season. Little taller hill to climb today. $70 points back. Stranger things have happened. I saw 30 pounds get caught on Neely Henry last weekend, so.
Really? You saw that?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah.
Those guys did not catch that on an H2O crankbait, did they? There's no way.
That's what they claim. That's what they claim.
I believe it.
I don't care if they caught it on a wacky rig hot dog. It was amazing. And the reason I won't be doing weight predictions anymore before Alabama Bass Trails. Because really we had 3 great bags, 21 pound
we
fish
did.
in 3rd place at Neely Henry. Man, it's insane.
2nd place had 2 6-pounders.
Yeah, you catch 2 6s on Neely, you're supposed to win.
Yeah,
But when
every
the guy
time.
first catches an 880 and a 7, it trumps your 2 6s.
Yeah. Even the guys that won almost left when they had 24 pounds.
Yeah,
got
that
this.
story was wild. Let's make one more pass and then catch an 880.
Oh. I will say I did share it in our meeting at the office Monday that, we had 30 pounds. And G asked, did I follow the team? And I said, well, they went way up. We got a fish on here. I don't even know what he's got. Oh. He said, I said, well, they went way up in the sticks and in the woods. And he said, why didn't you follow them? I said, well, I figured you didn't want me to take in a glass boat all the way up in there. He said, well, got to get the action. I was like, so next time I'm going, guys. Just a heads up.
Hey, you know a guy can repair fiberglass more than any of us do. You know a guy.
I don't know that I'm still not going. Gosh, could you imagine the damage coming out of there?
It's a little skinny and a little rocky.
Yeah, yeah. I think you need to go next time.
I like my lower unit.
Maybe we just ride with them. That's probably what we need to do.
I have no doubt about that. I mentioned that earlier, but I almost donated my lower unit this morning, I felt like.
Really?
On one of these Alabama river bars. Oh, yeah. Yeah. My map might have zigged when it should have zagged. And I maybe should have been out
There's
where
some
I was at,
sketchy
to be
stuff down
fair.
here. Yeah, there's some sketchy stuff on this place.
Well, and the crazy thing about mapping, map chips on these kind of bodies of water where things get silted in, any river fishery.
Exactly.
Just changes all the time. You have one big flood and everything changes.
It's not like they're coming down here every week to map the Alabama River.
No, not at all.
Darren, what's up, brother?
Well, we were headed on down the river and noticed that Jason's relatively close to us now, so we turned around and started heading back up to Luke. Caught up with boat number 2, Steele Smith and Kevin Scott. So they've got 1 fish so far. Just fishing a rocky point.
Looking deer, and I don't know if y'all heard earlier, but the production crew got biscuits apparently. We didn't get any.
All right, boys. Good. Yes, that's what we said earlier. Every time you run this time of year, that's exactly like turning on the AC for a little bit. Good luck, be safe. All right, boys, the Willoughbys are gonna move. We're gonna move too.
We're gonna slide down just a little bit to another team. Don't freak out when the camera moves to them. Go. Good, guys. What's y'all's boat number? 197. What kind of weight you got? It's nice when you can just sit here and the boats come to you. Shallow spot right here. Fixing to bounce, I don't know, we'll see. These guys are gonna make a move. We're gonna slide around the corner to another team.
Well, while we're watching these guys fish, I just got a text confirming the winners of last week's tackle packs. Guess the prize, or guess the winning weight on Neely Henry. Believe it or not, no one guessed that it was going to take 30 pounds. But the closest two, I guess they just probably went with the heaviest weight that was guessed, was Cody Miller, guessed 24 pounds, and Justin Thomas, that was on YouTube, and then on Justin Thomas on Facebook said 23.95. So those are the two winners, Cody Miller and Justin Thomas. I don't know if we've reached out to them already, but if you are listening, Cody and Justin, send us a DM on Facebook, and we will try to get in touch with you and get those tackle packs out to you. We're also doing the same giveaway this week, so if you guess the winning weight for today, put it in the comments below. You get 3 guesses. The closest person to the winning weight is going to get a tackle pack that includes a Garmin hat or 2, some stuff from Rapala, Crush City, a bunch of plastics. So make sure you comment below. Also, comment below where y'all are watching from. I think that's one of the coolest comments to read, is where everybody's from. Obviously, we've got a ton of anglers from all over the country. Many states, I don't remember the exact number for this year. Miss Kay can probably update us on that in a little while, but several states are represented in the ABT, which is really cool, but it's also neat to see, where everyone's watching from all over the country.
Just made a short move. Caught up with boat 175. 2 fish in the boat. And June the dog is ready to go. June was being a little lazy when we pulled up, now full attention. June the dog is also confused as to why we're so close. Across this other boat, getting over here on our stuff. I'm gonna guess that's not June's first time in the Phoenix.
Yeah. Pretty. He's a little over a year old.
Pretty dialed in on what to do in the boat, though. I love it.
Problem is, she gets them away sometimes. When I set the hook, she thinks one's coming in.
She gets excited.
You got to kiss every one of them.
Hey, Kenny, show the size of this stump right here. Look at this big sucker. Didn't even see him.
Wow.
I don't know if y'all can see that. My trolling motor just bumped into it. I didn't realize it was, the river has, we quickly went up on top of this deep channel. And that stump is quite large.
But I think if they gave away a good dog like this with each of them, they'd sell even more. Because June's a good one.
Must have biscuits and something over there.
She knows there's snacks in this boat. She's smart. Either that, she wants to be famous. It's funny, she definitely did perk up when the camera got around, because when we were easing up, she was laid out on the back deck enjoying her morning.
Yeah, good luck.
It'll cool off a minute at least.
Yeah, I know it.
Good, guys. What kind of weight y'all got?
She normally talk. She likes to talk.
Yeah. How was practice? Oh, okay. Well, you're not surprised either way then. And you didn't win practice, so there's a good chance you can still win today.
Wish they was full.
Jason, I know you've been running around, and I just said a little earlier we pulled up on June the dog, who's probably the best boat dog I've ever seen, if I'm just going to be honest.
I got eyes on June.
For a 1-year-old.
I'm watching you guys.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, she's talking.
Oh, I heard her.
But I think that you guys at Phoenix Boats would sell a lot. She's trying to get a treat. I think y'all would sell a lot more Phoenixes if they all came with a June.
Well, I think, you know, we got a treat drawer now. Cockpit drawer. It's got, you could put some really nice dog treats in there, and the dog could probably even open it up, sliding drawer right there in the cockpit.
I'm betting this
Be a
one
great
could.
dog treat drawer. I don't know. My dogs have been in the boat many times, and it's so funny. They think they can walk on water at one point. You're just like,
yes, they
you
can.
can't do that. When that fish comes in the boat, it really goes crazy.
Yeah, one of mine really likes to go, but boy, she's a handful in the boat.
Yes.
She wants to be in the water more than she doesn't.
Exactly. It's kind of like taking, you know, the little kids fishing. They just got their hands all over the side of the boat, playing in the water all day. But June, she's doing good. She's laying down on the back deck now.
She's doing really good. Definitely not camera shy.
There have been some famous boat dogs in bass fishing through the years, for
Swing
sure.
and a miss. No doubt about it. I fished with Gary Yamamoto one time in an FLW, and he had two little dogs and a Rubbermaid toad under his console, and his boat was too small to have all that. And yeah, I'm talking about Gary.
Yep.
I was a co-angler, and it was one of the craziest days of my life fishing with his little dog. One of his little dogs was Jeffrey. It looked like one of these fuzzy dice these people are using. Is what that little dog looked like.
Yes.
I had to fish that dog on Smith Lake all day long. It looked like or a hair jig. What little Jeffrey looked like.
Heard
Shout
some
out to Gary
stories about
Yamamoto.
that dog for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Me and little Jeffrey didn't get along that day.
I don't know
Kept
if you
trying to
can
eat my
see that
snacks.
on TV, but he threw up in the bushes here, and let's just say a little mayfly hatch is going on down here on the Alabama River.
Hooked up. Oop. No, just missed one on crankbait right there. I believe it bounced off something. Thought we had one on old Big Plug. June was ready to go. Got a little bit of water flowing in right here. What kind of dog is, what species, breed?
English Pointer.
English Pointer, okay. English Pointer.
That's what I was thinking. She's a pointer.
She's actually
She was pointing
mixed.
on that fish if you
GSP
didn't
English
notice that.
Pointer mixed.
Oh, okay, GSP. Well, no wonder she's so smart.
For real.
GSP and English Pointer.
Yeah, I don't think we can do a dog with every boat like that of that breed.
No, I don't think so. Well, and you know, Phoenix being a Tennessee company, it'd have to be a blue tick coonhound, I think.
There you go.
That's only fair. That's only fair.
All day long.
Gotta be a Smoky.
Oh gosh, those dogs don't show
Gotta
up.
be a Smoky.
Oh, she's on point again.
That's why he asked if we had Jack's biscuits in this boat. Said, I think she thinks y'all got food.
I got back in here on the stump.
Jason, I think while you're with the team, we're going to make just a quick jump to another team right here. Got a couple guys around us, and we'll be right back.
Trying not to fall out of the boat here with all these stumps around. There we go.
You need to start bringing your guitar and serenading folks, especially when it's like
Ain't nobody, hey, listen, ain't nobody wanting that.
Come on now.
That'd be a good way to get fired and make everybody mad.
Yeah, I just noticed coming down this bank here. I hadn't noticed it yet, but these guys brushed up against some bushes and mayflies took off. So got a little mayfly hatch going on here. So that's probably something some of these guys have noticed this week, and that's why a lot of them have been up here real close to the bank. Our team's kind of going out of sight. They're coming around the corner to catch them though. There they go. You see those mayflies between us and them right now. Look at them all right there. Welcome back, Darian.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I got boat number 17. They got 5 for about 7 pounds, he says.
We got a chatterbait and a swim jig in the grass down here with the mayflies. Back. We're gonna flip around and catch this team right here now. Come right here. Catch up with them and see who they are. Cass, what's y'all's boat number?
122.
122. What kind of weight you got? 5? 5 for 5. So 122, 5 pounds.
Y'all come all the way down from Cooter?
Yes, sir, we did.
That's a ride. Cameraman Noah
I wish it
D
warmed up
just
a little bit.
sneaking right in behind us, Cam.
It was pretty bad yesterday afternoon. It got
Yeah.
really hot.
It's just so stagnant.
Stealthily.
But a wind would come out.
Yeah, I would love for some wind right now.
Where he's lurking.
Mm-mm. That's what we're hearing. Sounds like there was a decent morning bite if you could find it, and then the rest of the day is going to be pretty slow. Yeah. There we go. I mean, not a giant or anything, but another one back to back on the river. They're all 3-pounders. Yeah.
I don't think he said you could use his rod.
It was mine. I left it up there.
Okay. Going back up wrong. And throwing it way up under the cushion. Slapping the water. Like an alligator. A big beaver. Tail slapping. Activity ahead of us up there.
Don't get that on camera.
Looked good, didn't it? I was like, that's a big one, that's wrong. But nope, hung up.
Ditch of water running. I know that. No movement.
Got the low boy bringing 2D9. We're gonna feel this.
You gonna need more than them two. There's a lot of water to fill, Buck. We just caught up with Buck and Amanda Williams, and Buck says he's got 2 D9 dozers on a low boy on the way to fill this place in. That's what he thinks about fishing the Alabama River today. What? I can't hear, I'm deaf.
What kind of snacks you got?
Oh, what kind of snacks? Mainly peanut butter and crackers. Got some beef jerky.
We got 30 chicken nuggets.
You got chicken nuggets? I'm not leaving. I'm staying here till the end of life. Miss Kay, if you're listening, Amanda and Buck have chicken nuggets. I ain't leaving.
I got blueberry muffins, boiled peanuts. I got a lot.
Hang on. Y'all pack snacks a lot better than I pack snacks. Boiled peanuts, chicken nuggets, blueberry muffins. What else?
Pickle juice.
Pickle juice? I ain't drinking no pickle juice.
I got cotton candy Alani's.
Energy drinks.
All the things.
Chris is gonna think I'm a terrible person to be in a boat with. I ain't got him near that kind of snacks over here. I didn't bring any chicken nuggets.
That's the best.
Do they have a
thing.
grill?
Just go to Chick-fil-A the night before, get 30 chicken nuggets, last all day.
Jason Duran wants to know if y'all got a grill on that boat too.
I wish we did. The boat swings.
She said Amanda said she wishes they had a grill.
They seem happier than they did this week, this time last week.
Yeah,
you can tell them that.
Yeah, Jason says y'all seem a lot happier this week than the last time he saw y'all.
Wasn't real good.
Yeah, it was. You're right, Buck. It was Amanda that was ill. I'll say that. It was Amanda. It wasn't you.
I had to become a
Boat
boat mechanic.
mechanic. Boat mechanic.
Zero help. Zero.
He was catching too many fish. He didn't need to slow down.
Look, I think the actual quote Buck gave us was, I spent my money. I'm not a boat mechanic. I buy stuff so it don't break.
What's that?
You said I got her in the sun again. Where in the hell am I going to hide from the sun?
You're not going to hide from the sun today. I got bad news, Amanda. I think Darian said earlier, the sun felt like it was still out at 3:30 this morning when we got up.
I know, right?
It was so hot.
Darren wasn't up at 3:30.
He claims he was up at 3:30.
She said every time you get close, you try and get some backlash. I said, that's a lack of talent. She said, I'm going to show you a lack of talent.
I'll push him off the front of the boat.
I told you my next boat.
Yeah, me and Buck are fishing the 100s together next year. I just ain't told Kay yet, Amanda. You're out, I'm in.
You pay for it.
I'm gonna negotiate a deal to MC and fish for Buck.
I'll get the chicken nuggets every night.
Especially now that he's got chicken nuggets.
The most action we've seen is a snake almost got in the boat with us. It definitely ain't been no fish.
How many days did y'all practice?
One, and that was enough.
One was enough.
I tried to give her $1,500 cash last night so we could get home.
Oh.
She knows it's bad. If somebody comes in with 30 pounds of bacon, they cheated.
They use dynamite if they catch
Yeah.
30 pounds today here.
That was impressive right there.
That was something to see. That was one of those moments I don't think any of us will ever forget that day. That's crazy.
I wish we'd have been there and see that.
We weren't because I was pissed off. Catch that
Look,
one.
there is a fish in this lake.
All right, we're back on boat number 2.
Hey, I'm gonna go idle around and see if I can find that spoonbill. At least we can catch one of them. Them things are fun.
You can sell them too, can't you?
I don't know, but if it's something been worth on.
Linda ain't never caught one. She'd freak out if she caught a plainfish.
I'd freak out if I caught any fish right now. This has got to be the most boring shit I've ever done.
It's like watching paint dry. You should have to watch it.
I don't even want to watch
Like it's bad when the fishing's slow, but when you gotta watch slow fishing.
That's why I'm a power fisher.
Y'all keep it entertaining though. All right, we're gonna leave y'all be. We're fixing to go get some air conditioning.
Oh no, what is it?
Found out about it last night.
Really? Probably easy to get. Really?
Yeah. We ended up taking them in the motel room with us last night so they wouldn't.
As hot as it is now. Have to keep them in the cooler, I guess.
Well, guys, we're going to take a quick break. I will ask you to stay tuned because there's some big Garmin updates coming right after this break. So we're Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Cooters Pond, last event of the season. All the marbles at stake today. We'll be right back after this.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by Phoenix Boats and brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by AmFirst Credit Union, by 13 Fishing, Larry Puckett Chevrolet, and by Jax. It's all about the South. Live coverage returns right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
At what point does a town become a city? Is it when more and more businesses locate there? Maybe it's when the services and amenities improve. Or when opportunities expand the economy. Or in that moment, when new neighbors move to town and soon become old friends. But what if you could have the best of both worlds? A city on the move, with the soul of a small community, where the more things change for the better, the more they stay the same. Now, that's city life worth preserving. The city of family. The city of growth. The city of charm. The city of Prattville, where we'll always have the heart of a town.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
This is Jack's Country, where good morning comes rolled and ready. So roll on in for Jack's Big Country Breakfast Burrito. Fresh eggs, bacon, hash browns, and sausage gravy. Get 2 for $5.99. It's a breakfast worth saving a seat for. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back, everybody. Alabama Bass Trail South Division here at beautiful Cooters Pond, where it is hot. But you've been watching all year long, and we want to thank you so much for doing that. We want to thank you so much that Garmin even wants to thank you, and they have stepped up to the plate this year. You've been watching the live week after week after week, and you've been commenting on the post, you've been sharing on the post, you've been saying, hey, I love my Garmin, all those good things, and saying, hey, I want a Garmin. And here today, big news, we are giving away one of 3 Garmin's 106 SVs. We're giving today, I mean, like in the next 15 seconds, you're gonna win one if you entered. So if you entered this year, here we go. Miss K, big drum roll. Who's gonna win?
Welcome back inside the live studio, and Jason, you are correct. We are giving away 3 Garmin units this year. That is a partnership with Garmin that we have, and they didn't want to just reward the anglers for using the Garmin products. They wanted to award you, the listeners and watchers from the Alabama Bass Trail Lives. And so, without further ado, Mr. Lance Matthews, you are the first winner of the Garmin Prize Pack, Garmin Watch to Win. You entered at the Logan Martin tournament. That's you entered at all of them, but the Logan Martin entry is the one that was selected. So if you would inbox us at Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series, let us know your address. We will get that mailed out to you or shipped out to you very, very soon. It's actually in my home office, so I'll be doing the shipping on that. But Mr. Lance Matthews, again, if you are watching our live, I know Miss Angela will do another post about that, but congratulations, you are the first of 3 winners this season on the Garmin Watch to Win. We're going to get back out on the water. I think Darian is on a team. It may be the team we just left him with, but it's boat 2. I believe it's Steele Smith and Kevin Scott. So, Darian, any updates from boat number 2?
Well, we actually left boat number 2 and slid up to boat number 135 and haven't got an update yet. We saw him fishing shallow earlier, and he said we brought some good luck earlier because he caught the 2 biggest at the time, right as we pulled up. Well, guys, has there been an update since the last time we saw you?
We got 12 and a quarter.
12 and a quarter.
I just caught a 3-pounder.
Just caught a 3-pounder right here?
Right back here.
Gotcha.
Right about the time y'all pulled up.
I guess this is the closest to a Tennessee River ledge community hole.
It's community, buddy. Problem is there's some big ones on all this stuff. They're just really hard to get to buy.
Is it a current thing or are they just smart?
They're smart.
He said they're just smart, but then he set the hook, so he must have outsmarted one of them, but missed.
I think if the current would get going, it'd get a lot better.
Yeah, if we could get current, or if it'd just warm up a little bit, you know?
A little bit hotter wouldn't hurt nothing.
Yeah.
I agree. I've been telling him all day, I wish it'd warm up. I'm cold.
Darian, I've made my way up river a little ways and caught up with the miners. Cade and Cody hooked up on a warmouth. I thought you'd done gone and done it right there. Live for us. I was gonna start taking credit for it too. These boys live right up the road in Clanton, Alabama. So I know they fish this part of the river a good bit. We're just shy of downtown Montgomery now. There's a few boats scattered up and down through here. Of course, we got this dragon boat race going on right downtown. And so the river is idle only for a pretty good chunk of the river today. Right through downtown Montgomery. Guys definitely gonna have to, that ran upriver, gonna have to factor that into their travel time. So it's a pretty big stretch. Up. Whoop. Tree bass.
Luke, do we know what time the dragon boat races start?
Well, I kind of crept up around the corner a while ago, Darren, and I'm not real sure what an official dragon boat race looks like, but it looked like they were maybe doing time trials right now, maybe qualifying. There's some activity.
Well, I was kind of thinking I was thinking me, you, Jason, and Noah might jump in a boat and run in as a late registration.
As long as they'll let us put some Pro Guide batteries in that sucker and a Garmin Force trolling motor, I'm all about it. But I'm gonna be honest with you, whoever wins the dragon boat race today, with all that paddling in this heat, they earned it. Kind of like whoever wins $15,000 today is going to earn it. The Alabama River has not been very forgiving for most of our teams so far. Not a lot of flow. As I ran up the river, you see the current moving just a little bit more than it was. And James Willoughby told me he thought it was supposed to turn on around 9. Or they were going to turn on a little more. And you're seeing a little bit more flow up here than I did down around just south of Cooters Pond, but it's still nothing crazy.
Luke, I don't know what my audio sounds like. If it sounded like a stampede of cows just ran out of the water, it's because a stampede of cows just ran straight out of the water. They're just
I thought
soaking
that's
up the river.
what that was. I was fixing to ask you. Miners said they're just a couple shy of a limit. They were catching a fish right as we pulled up. Just a keeper. Darian, not to beat a dead horse, but we started really talking about this at Logan Martin. The Koiki craziness, that style bait, that sea urchin style, I've not covered a team, maybe one team today out of the 8 or 9 teams that I've been on, maybe 2 tops that haven't thrown it at all.
Yeah.
At some point in their rotation, no matter whether they're fishing up around Willowgrass, whether they're scoping, fishing like the minor boys here, fishing the main river, in the current a little bit. It is just crazy to me, and you know, looking at the Bassmaster Elite Series out there at the Pasquotank River, North Carolina, going through photo galleries, watching some live coverage this week. You and I were talking about it last night. It's all anybody's throwing.
Yep. And they're throwing it everywhere.
It's been a minute. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, shallow, deep. I mean, it's crazy to see. And, you know, and for me, the cool thing is like Logan Martin, you know, saw a lot of bass get caught on it. Spots and largemouth, you know, and then the elites have showcased it at places like Santee Cooper and out Pasquotank, catching giant largemouth on it. Just turned into be a pretty versatile deal, and we have again beat this to death. But it's been a long time since we've had a new technique, new lure, just get a stranglehold on the industry like this.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, the last one I remember was the Alabama rig, but I even think this is far more people are throwing this than the Alabama rig.
And I really never saw that coming. When I first heard about it, saw it, bought some of them, saw it was really good bait. I really thought it was just so outside the box that a lot of bass fishermen, your traditional, you know, guy likes to go swing a spinnerbait around, throw him a square bill. He's like, I ain't throwing no sea urchin. You know, but man, it has, you see them on a lot of front decks, there's no doubt about that. And then, you know, companies like NetBait putting their own spins on it. They got the new Virus. And you know ICAST next month in Orlando is going to be a crazy bait, sea urchin style, you know, fest.
Yep.
No telling what's coming.
I've seen guys throwing it in the ABT that I would have never in my life guessed that they would throw something like that, just because they're old school guys that throw a jig or a, you know, some sort of old school creature bait, a lizard or a brush hog or something, but they're throwing it everywhere, and it's a lot of guys. And you know, even though it's now known and everyone's ordering them and you can't get them, it is still something that you know, maybe you don't talk about as much, I think.
Oh yeah, they're definitely still trying to be sneaky, except for what cracks me up is really the pros aren't now. Now the cat's out of the bag, they're like, oh well, here it is.
Okay. On one right now, Luke, as you speak.
Oh, here we go.
Came
Perfect.
On.
Darian, the minor boys are about to get to a bridge, and I'm going to bet we're going to lose service with our Starlink when we go under it.
Well, I got your back, brother.
So I'm going to go ahead and make them. I'm going to go ahead and make a move to another team. I appreciate you, brother.
Amazing what fishing's come to.
The funny thing is, Luke was just talking a whole story about it right as you hooked up. Luke was just talking about it too.
Every day I'd be throwing up and ain't throwing the dot. Put a spiker on it.
Yep.
Guys, what kind of weight you got?
Yeah, it hadn't been good
6
so
pounds,
far.
you said?
No, about 6 ounces.
6 ounces?
Yeah. We've had a tough day so far.
Yeah.
But we're getting ready to wear them out.
That's why I'm here. I heard y'all were getting ready to wear them out.
Yeah.
We are the luck bringers, so camera gets around, it's time to start catching them.
Yeah, this is really our first time being up here. We
Okay.
drove down this morning from Florida.
Well, it kind of looks like Florida right here.
Yeah, it's a little bit into what more like what we like to fish.
Minus the anacondas.
That's right.
Jason, I caught up with one of my favorite teams out here since I've been working with ABT, man, the Rufos, Brandon and Marshall, always smiling.
There you go.
Brother duo from Georgia, and they are always going to be in the dirt. You can count on it. If we ever see these boys fishing offshore, something has gone horribly wrong. They love
Something
to get up
happened.
shallow.
Yeah, check their temperature.
Yeah, ain't no doubt. They might be broke down in the middle if you ever see them fishing offshore for sure. But they've got a limit in the box. They said it could definitely be bigger, but they got their 5 and fishing trees out on the main river. And they said that, you know, the game plan is they feel like they hit enough of these trees, good things are going to happen. So we're going to stick with them for a little bit. They're throwing a spinnerbait around, pitching, flipping. It's power fishing. Gotta think that as the day progresses, if this current will start running a little bit more, it'll help this kind of bite. Hooked up, here we go. There we go. Hey, it helped my mood. That was great. Hook sets are a good thing.
They look beautiful from up here, too.
We're going to slide under this bridge. You may lose us for just a second.
No help.
It helped a little.
A little bit, okay.
How many years y'all fished ABT?
This is our first year.
What do you think?
A little different than what we're used
Yeah.
to, but
Different lakes and
somehow up in here because it's as far as the tournament,
They didn't read the script.
everybody's Great, the parking, the getting in, everything's been wonderful. It's a class act. It's been a lot of fun.
what was your favorite lake this year?
Lake.
Yeah?
Yeah, it had a little bit, I think it was Lake that had a little bit more grass in it. We fished a lot of grass back home and been looking for some grass there's a little bit, but not, it looks like the water went down.
It did, yeah. You can see it, it dropped a foot.
Yeah, that's all I was looking at. And this is our first time up here, so looking to pull a big one out right there. Just looking for a big old reaction bite with a big largemouth. And actually, with throwing a frog, I actually like Lake Martin.
Yeah?
Yeah, they you know, I didn't hear anything about frog fishing, but that's normally what I do. It's my go-to day.
Yeah.
I actually had a good time at Lake Martin with it. It feels weird not throwing a point.
Listen, I'm not even supposed to fish, and I feel weird not throwing a koiki because I feel like it's just the thing to do now, right? We talked about that on live a little bit. It's been a long time since a new bait has just kind of held us all hostage, so to speak, in fishing. It's wild to see. You guys have any of them yet?
Frog matches is real.
That's the whole thing, right? With any new technique, it's building into it, figuring out how to fit it into your fishing. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely here to stay. You know, it's just going to be one of those lure categories that it's going to be around. Jason, Brandon and Marshall said they feel out of place not throwing a quickie. They feel like they need to be. They said they don't have a lot of confidence in it yet.
Well, you got to go what you got confidence in for sure, especially today. Guys, how are y'all?
How are y'all?
Good, how are y'all? There you go, found it.
Found a few chunks in here.
What kind of weight y'all got?
Like 9.
Boat number?
7.
Boat 7, 9 pounds. These guys here said they're working their way out too. Got 9 pounds. So, seen a lot of small limits.
It's got a bullseye on it.
Yeah.
Have y'all caught any on the spinnerbait this morning on the wood? Really? Was there more current yesterday?
I don't know, or it's just tournament day.
Yeah. There's a lot of these lakes we go to, it seems like they definitely know we're here.
You hear 200 boats blowing by.
My buddy Wesley Strader used to always say he thought it was the, you know, when you swim in the river, you go underwater and boats run by, you hear that hum. He used to always say, think about how loud it is underwater and the decibels. He said, now, in practice, everybody kind of eases around, nobody runs wide open, but on tournament morning, everybody's going full out, running crazy. And think about how much louder it probably does get.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, hey, listen, redneckisms from Wesley Strader. I take it as fact. He's won $1 million bass fishing. I was like, he probably knows.
Yeah, oh, he would know.
He would know. But that used to always be his thing. He's like, hey, when they drop the green flag on tournament day, everybody's going faster. Everything's louder.
Yeah, it's almost never easier.
That's a fact.
Yeah, practice, we would have made 2-3 casts at that tree. Probably caught twice as many fish. All right.
Any buzzbait bites?
I had one first thing this morning blow up on it, but it was a swing and a miss. But I figure I keep it honest.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate everybody tuning in today for this 5th stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, our finale. This 5-event regular season. The top 75 of the points will go to the championship in October. Entry fee free, all cash prizes. Over $100,000 will be paid out there. Today we'll be crowning our Angler of the Year team. Next week we're going to wrap up the North. So the tail end of the season for both the ABT North and South. 225 teams fish both divisions. It has been a great year.
Some right there on that one. Where do you think there is? They're about 0.3 miles.
I believe the Rufos are going to make a move, guys.
Next row of trees here.
They're going to ease it. We're going to take one last break and we'll be back to wrap things up here from the Alabama River in just a few moments.
Alabama Bass Trail live coverage is presented by Phoenix Boats and sponsored in part by Garmin, Rapala, Crush City, VMC, by Mountain Dew, and by Thompson Tractor Company. We'll be right back with more live coverage after these messages.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Hey guys, Pro Angler Dustin Connell here, and I get all my vehicles here at Larry Puckett. I travel all over, and I've got the 2500 diesel. I love it, tows my boat great, but if you're looking for any vehicle, an SUV, gas burner, or the diesel to tow something with, they've got it here at Larry Puckett. Not corporate owned, locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. Here at Larry Puckett Chevrolet, they let the customers do the talking.
She grew up fast. Will she remember these times and continue the tradition? You better believe it. Tell a new fish story with Garmin.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
This is Jack's Country, where Conecuh just hit the menu.
Jack's got Conecuh.
Yep, for a limited time, get 2 Conecuh sausage dogs with that hickory smoked taste you love. Served with fries and pie. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the 5th and final stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division 2026 edition. And I know it has been hot out on the water. We expect those slow bites to come in the summer. I mean, it's hot and there's not a lot of wind blowing. There's not a ton of current out there on the water from what we've seen. But, you know, it's the Alabama River. This is what we call the equalizer tournament. We see 80-point shifts at this tournament each year. So we're going to talk to each one of the guys that's been out on the water. What have they seen while on live, and then what have they seen kind of off live as they're running around? Jason, we'll start with you.
Well, we made the long run this morning south on the Alabama River, and we caught up with your AOY leaders. And I'll say this, at that time, they were struggling. You know, they had a small limit. And they said they were going to try something different. They said that the water had come down, the fish where they were fishing, dead. You know, so we hung out with them for a little bit, watched them cast around the bank. Mostly what they were doing or what other teams are doing as well. They're fishing this shallow grass, whether it's out here on the main river or it's back in here in these pockets. You see a lot of teams throwing topwater into this grass, whether it's frogs, we've seen some walking baits, we have seen some soft plastics, but then you mix in some of the chatterbaits, some of the swim jigs. You see a lot of different baits being thrown in that grass. We saw quite a few fish catches today, but however, nothing really big. You know, so Alabama River is going to be a small limit probably. We're not going to predict any limits today. We definitely missed it last week, but I mean, 18 pounds today maybe. If we see 20, I'll be surprised, but it is doable here. It's been doable here in the last couple of weeks. I do want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching all year long. This is our final wrap up for the South Division, and it has been a fantastic year. Thank you for watching. Thanks, Miss Kay, and all those for that give us an opportunity to shout out and do everything we get to do here on the water. It's been fun. Guys back in the studio, appreciate you. Everyone giving their effort to do everything we can to bring you the live coverage from the water today. So, Darian, what'd you see?
Well, we also made a pretty good run. It started with Kobe Carton and Chris Rutland, and they just hopping around like crazy, but they're catching a lot of fish. I saw them catch several 3-pounders. My prediction, they win and seal Angler of the Year. That's just my prediction. But this morning seemed to be a pretty good bite. We saw several fish get caught up on the bank, obviously, and a bunch of different stuff going on. A swim jig caught several fish, a creature bait caught several fish, a flipping jig caught several fish. It seemed like the morning bite was pretty good, but as soon as the sun got up all across the river, it seemed like it got really tough. We covered several different guys that were just talking about how brutal it was out on the river. And one thing that a lot of people have mentioned is the traffic this river doesn't get throughout the week normally. So if you came here and practiced Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, probably caught a lot more fish on the river because there's not as much boat traffic, but you send 225 up and down this place, and you know the fish are just hearing more stuff than they're used to. The banks are getting a little muddier. So I predict this midday bite's going to be tough. Man might flip around and punch around some of those mats and catch one great big one, and that'll be your winner. I'm saying Kobe Carton, Chris Rutland, 20 pounds for the win. Wrap up Angler of the Year. Thanks everybody for watching. Luke Duncan, over to you.
Darian, I got to say, that's not that bold of a prediction, picking those two, the winningest team in Alabama Bass Trail history, to not only win another Angler of the Year, but to add another W to their resume, which is already stacked up in the Alabama Bass Trail. They know this place very well. Would not surprise any of us for sure. It's been a tough day on most of the teams that we've covered.
the struggle is real, especially out on this main river. Folks trying to make this deal happen in such, you know, low current. It's just really not a ton of flow out here on the main river. We did see Dash Dawson get off to a good start with a solid 3-pounder, but he was struggling to make those fish bite, even in a little backwater where he had a little offshore honey hole. You know, still the theme this week, everybody seems to be incorporating that sea urchin style bait into their plan, whether it's scoping, flipping trees, throwing at the edge of the water willow. That thing is definitely here to stay. So that's definitely something that has been wide open all day long, and I think we're going to see some teams and hear some teams this afternoon you know, tell us that helped them get in a top 10. I'd almost guarantee that for sure. Miss K, Cooters Pond, it's always hot here. I feel like if we came here in February, it might be 90 degrees down here on the good old Alabama River. But at 2:30 this afternoon, we're going to kick things off at the weigh-in, and we're going to hand out another one of those $15,000 check and get some folks qualified for this championship and hand out those Angler of the Year titles.
I remember my first introduction to the Alabama River. It wasn't fishing. It was over here at the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail on the Judge, and I remember it was in August. Maybe the hottest place I have ever been in my life, and it is always, I say, 10 degrees warmer in Prattville and Montgomery than it is everywhere else in the state of Alabama. We are excited to be here. I want to thank Kelly Carter and the entire Parks and Recreation Department. Every time we roll in here, the grass is mowed, everything is pristine. The developments and the improvements that they continue to make here with the parking lot, the new concrete stairs, the new concrete walkways, everything that they're doing to make Cooters Pond one of the premier tournament destinations for not just the Alabama Bass Trail. There was a Fishers of Men here last week. It took over 19 pounds to win that. They are doing everything they can do to make this location a premier tournament destination. We want to thank them for being our host this week, the entire city of Prattville, the city, the mayor, the council, everyone who had a part in hosting us this week. We want to say a sincere thank you. I want to say thank you to the 225 teams, 450 anglers that signed up for the Alabama Bass Trail in 2025 for this season. We hope that we see you again in the 2027 season. It has been magical, and I can't wait to see who we crown today as the winner and who our new Angler of the Year is. You can watch it all. If you can't be here with us today, you can watch it all right here on alabamabasstrail.org or on our Facebook page or on YouTube at Alabama Bass Trail TV. TV shows start soon, the first weekend in July, so get prepared for that. We'll be showing you the ABT 100 at Smith Lake on that first weekend in July. But thank y'all so much for tuning in today. We'll see you right back here, same time, 2:30 this afternoon, same place. We'll see you then.
Today's live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail has been presented by AmFirst Federal Credit Union. Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by Phoenix Boats and brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by AmFirst Credit Union, by 13 Fishing, Larry Puckett Chevrolet, and by Jax. It's all about the South. Live coverage returns right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers for anglers.
At what point does a town become a city? Is it when more and more businesses locate there? Maybe it's when the services and amenities improve. Or when opportunities expand the economy. Or in that moment when new neighbors move to town and soon become old friends. But what if you could have the best of both worlds? A city on the move with the soul of a small community. Where the more things change for the better, the more they stay the same. Now, that's city life worth preserving. The city of family. The city of growth. The city of charm. The city of Prattville, where we'll always have the heart of a town.